or two every single game. Xyp9x there, one of the true masters of the ramp room, though. Majority of the utility. Innovations of this game. You said to me before, you're enjoying that. Execution's starting to be a little bit more technical. Not everyone's doing the same thing. We're seeing new smokes come through. Hopefully to come. It's a device. He knows he's trying to keep it a secret.
Oh, the perfect timing. Astralis getting a single. It's just a sixth sense. A counter-strike says to get small and around the flashes, popping different steps. Well, stepping into the line of fire is Liquid. 2 quick frags. Magisk could do 3. Nitro far too late to the party. Glaive will be able to catch him before he even exposes himself. Will twist. Take a couple of consolation franks, but Astralis is straight back into the driving seat, reminding us that this is still their map. And like, going to take defense on Nuke. We'll have a quick reminder of how their last Nuke CT side went, because as far as I remember an 8-7, something very close half, ending with just Liquid not being able to make a dent on their T side. I'm going to double check that right now.
Well, you go find the information. We'll break down that last round. That was hopefully going to be the up pincer there from Liquid, but as soon as the leash goes down, they didn't really have much left in the tank. Going for a contact through the squeaky door, picked up one by one. It could be a very brave team to attack that team like a solid. Let's get into the next round here. This is his stomping ground towards outside. You'll see him behind inside that smoke, outside and indeed the side as well. Just a rifle. With the side of Nuke.
Is there any way to take it? My God. Very scary. Twist. He's looking to hold. He's given to something to play. What a incandescent. There you go. Lane. Not going to be able to find the frag, though.
That was actually almost perfect for him. He could actually have a little peek, be safe, and didn't spot anything just yet, but that's absolutely fine. Device doesn't need to overcommit to this one. This needs intel. That's more likely. He can't sneak up and have a little look now. More likely. He can't sneak up and have a little look now.
So if you're Liquid and you're watching this one back in your VOD review, the first molly, not one to throw again. Good catch from Device. He's got the timing. That's 2 rounds in a row. He single-handedly has found the first. Damage done. Round essentially won. Glaive, he's still standing his ground. He's going to get 2 before they finally silence him. Daft's going to get caught with nade in his hands, his pants around his ankles. It's 15, and Astralis, they have got oodles of match points now in order to secure and take us to 3.
Absolutely stunning there from Astralis, especially Device as well. So patient, didn't overcommit, waited for his opportunity there. A couple of Molotovs exchanged. He knew they had to be making progress towards outside at that point. As soon as it goes down, that's when he takes his chance, and it's a really nice controlled spray towards Stewie as well. Low HP on the second player as well. Takes a molly in the face, headbutts it away, and funnels him towards the ramp row. And that's where Glaive, in the perfect off angle, he'd already dinked a player as well. They assumed he'd fell back, but no, he was still there, ready to challenge. And now they've got map point. Dust2 looks like a lock in here as they limp it towards the upper bomb side. Dupree ready and waiting to greet them here. He gets himself 3 massive kills. It's down to just Twist in the 2 versus 1. It looks like we might be all done here. He has got the bomb on his back and a smoke down towards the main entrance position. That Molotov will be extinguished, but bomb at least planted. A chance here. Has to win this, of course.
Gap in the smoke. Undeterred, he will start to sneak. Similar to his knife, this play is a classic into the hut. Does have the cross of Glaive, and he's holding the perfect line for it. So much util available for Astralis retake. That's one of the mollies. He's safe from the first, and now that different story. Stands in the flame, takes the fight, but he's he's fallen in that one. Is how you finish that one. So Astralis confirmed.
You were really hoping he was going to survive that couple of HP, maybe get a wall bang going through. He did well, absolutely good. I kind of pointed that out to you as I saw that. As soon as that incendiary, 2 of them there was no way he was going to win that. Of course, you're going to throw one towards the hut. What a convincing performance that was from Astralis. Can't really argue with that whatsoever. Inferno seems like a distant memory. And speaking of memories, Dust2 coming up next, where they've already been battered and bruised just a couple of days ago in Dallas, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it. I did my research, by the way. The last time, the Dallas nuke, I was right. It was an 8-7 half. So that Liquid managed to get like 8 CT rounds the last time they played Nuke, just last week. This was a different story. My goodness, as we walked through it, sure, individual heroics, a double ramp stack. It got the juices flowing and the eyes rolling. Dupree, a common mainstay from him in his reactions, but yeah, double digits on that T side. It was too much for them to handle.
Yeah, they did what they could, but it felt like it was too little, too late. By the time they adjusted to the outside plays, Mistralis getting down towards lower, they already found double digits on their T side. So a decent attempt there from Liquid to pull the game back, managed to get a few rounds in the second half, but ultimately that was a dominating performance from Mistralis. We have the chaos of Dust 2 coming up next, where Liquid need to thrive. They need to show us what they're made of, and we'll be back with the third map very shortly.
That's all they wanted. And credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. Like, came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Betway, Mountain Dew Amp Gain Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
Well, the scoreline wasn't as pretty as you'd hoped it to have been. Astralis come out and basically just bop on Liquid. I'm talking about ever since Baby on Baby.
Ever since Baby on Baby.
Nothing has ever been the same, and that is exactly what we're looking at right here. Nuke not going well for Team Liquid. They did have a real shot in this one after grabbing that first map, 16-14. Now we're going to flip that script after we come back from the break. First and foremost, want to get some analysis in here for all of you at home that are watching and joining us, and also ask you to join us on social media using hashtag ESL Pro League or just at ESLCS. Tell them what you really feel. Tell them what you really think. If you have some challenges for these guys, put those up there too. In the meantime, let's talk to my analyst crew here. I got Jacob, I got Davey. We're going to talk you through this whole thing.
Yeah, Liquid didn't really show up this map, and this was what we kind of expected in the pregame. We did say that this was going to be a really tough map for Liquid to win. Astralis has been on form. Liquid, not so much on this map. We do see this sort of weird thing from Liquid lately where they're totally slowing their game down. We saw multiple rounds where they were winding it right down to the end. A couple times it came back and bit them in the ass, and yeah, overall it just wasn't a great showing from Liquid.
Yeah, I think this map in particular was a great showcase of why we haven't seen these two teams playing Nuke against each other in quite some time, right? Liquid, they're simply not ready for it yet. I think Astralis had pretty much control over this game, despite there being a lot of close round, a lot of, nice clutches and rounds that could have gone both ways. In the end, you just sat back with a feeling that Astralis was never really in doubt of winning this one. That being said, though, Device so far in this tournament, and also on Nuke, and also the first map of this series, he's having one of his worst tournaments he's had throughout the entire year. He's currently sitting at 1.03 rating, and still Astralis is able to put up a somewhat monster performance. That scares me a little bit, because if Device comes online for Astralis as well, we're looking at a beast that...
Besides Device, pretty much went off.
Throwing fire.
La bomba bas. Flash. Plan. Banana. No te quedes afecado, güey, si no sal de... Medio. Mario, descuenta medio. No se hace.
It is going. Go. I am throwing a grenade.
Flash.
I am throwing a flashbang.
Dos bananas. Our guns shall bring us victory. Let's go. Throw in smoke. Dos bananas. Uno banana.
Planting. Bomb has been planted.
On the mid. Mid.
Counter-terrorists win. We must move. Throwing fire.
Banana. Uno más banana.
Terrorists win. Yes. Thank you, my friend. They shall regret this day.
Go banana.
I am throwing a flashbang. Flashbang.
Ahí va.
Throwing smoke. I am planting the bomb.
Bomb. No.
Terrorists win. I am setting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Banana rush, bro.
I am throwing smoke.
Está medio. Ahí la entrada más planta. Arriba.
Yes, agreed. Let's go, let's go. Thank you.
Medio, medio, medio.
I am throwing a flashbang. Smoke.
Side, side.
I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Grenade! Terrorists win. Let's distintos, Harrison.
Medio, medio. Uno más pasó.
Flashbang.
Uno arriba, uno arriba. Paso, paso.
Remember, this is bandit country. Decoy, shoot everything that moves. Deploying flashbang.
Banana.
Grenade out.
Banana, uno más. Menos 60. Menos 60, banana. Ven, ven, te subo. Banana, banana. Ven. Mario, sube, ven. Uno A. Bomba, bomba, a ver. Menos 62. Bravo.
Roger that. Good stuff. Gear up. We're going in. That's a negative. Incendiary out. Laying down smoke. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Roger that. Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Dois banana. Flash. Uno. Dos pasaron. Echo.
Roger. Move it, move it. Let's have it, lads. Decoys out.
Corta, corta, creo.
Throwing flashbang.
Tengo. ¿Dónde? Bomba. Banana.
Counter-terrorists win. Roger that. Right on.
Hombre, en kit.
Let's give it to them, boys. We're in the clear, lads. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Throwing smoke. Incendiary.
No te sé.
Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire.
Calle.
Tarde, no adelantes.
Rata, rata.
Laying down smoke.
Buena, ¿por qué adelantás verde? Corta. Está inside. Bueno.
Nice. Move it, son. Grenade. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Incendiary out. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire.
¿Por qué pasaron rápido en B?
Affirmative. Roger that. Move! Flashbang.
Pero va.
Grenade out.
Pasa.
Bomba, bomba. Denle el cargo.
There's no stopping us. Come on, chop chop. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary.
Dos.
Medio.
Affirmative. Flashbang.
Oh.
Bueno. Vas medio con la P. Una vez media.
Uno ganando.
Ahora van. Uno rote para apóyalo.
B. Ey.
Uno PP. Calle. Todo banana. Banana.
Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing fire. Counter-terrorists win. Thank you. Move! Flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Incendiary out.
Bombear.
Deploying flashbang.
Double.
Throwing fire.
Fuck. Menos 80 o último.
Counter-terrorists win. Aye, we give them a tannin. Let's roll. Terrorists win.
I consider Glaive to be the world's best in-game leader as well.
Oh, yeah.
That was really convincing. In my book, it looked like enough to cause a rotation, but Twist, very smart. Individually, he manages to work out the fact that this, I haven't seen the bomb yet. No one's called the bomb. That's the most important factor of that whole exchange. And as soon as he finds Zipex there, we saw the clock run out, and it will have to be a force fight back. Zipex got no dash from the previous rounds. He's just down to a USP, at least, and we'll get into it. A little bit of damage exchange for sure. That's Glaive trying to force the issue. My God, has he? He won't be getting the opening frag, but it is answered back by Twist. 2 players in that position, joined by Elige. Device, though, not anticipating the close-range encounter.
It's a bit clunky.
It is a little bit, isn't it?
Grateful that things kind of calmed down a little bit. Long, spotted, and fragged up. Nice catch. Long range from Twist. He's done all of the fragging so far, and now he's going to partner up with Elige. They'll use the low HP player to draw the fire, get the info, and they do. But that gap, Zipex is going to be more than happy to stick around. Is he ready for Elige? I'm not sure he is. Aiming towards the sight, caught. Nice work with the MP9. This is staying level, though. This second round buy from Astralis has not only got them 3 frags, a bomb plant, and a real shot at picking up their 7th very early into the second half of our third match here.
A double scout setup to defend the bomb. You don't see this every day, and it's Nitro. He's at 100 HP, so he can fight a little bit more than Elige, and he'll have to now. As his teammate is removed, he has to get as close as he possibly can, but he's taking so much damage here. Device buying time to the best of his ability. The jumping shot with the MP9 is not quite enough. Just jiggling on the bomb side there. It's Astralis, after losing the pistol down to the last few seconds there, will pull the second round back, and of course, it's Glaive to open things up. A Desert Eagle straight down the mouth of Straw, and just get the opening frag, and things got very chaotic indeed from that point.
You know, it's so interesting to see Glaive's development, because I swear, he's always had this aggressive bone in his body, but his aggression, it always seems so calculated. It's out of necessity. He sees a gap in the CT side, he's running up mid, but he knows what makes sense to be doing.
There's a lot of Counter-Strike that is just gut feelings and just burning the game and hearing like a reload and things we're not necessarily aware of. He gets a bit of information, but I digress. We're getting into this next round. It's a quick one as well. It is going to be the force buy from Liquid here, but Astralis are handling it very well indeed. You can see those first 2 kills coming in as they'll make their way towards middle. Nitro completely flashed off. If he somehow gets multiple kills with the scout here, I'll be very impressed. He's got so much to deal with and no one to back him up. They're actually going back towards the tunnels as well, so he has got a chance of a bit of damage, but 1 kill at the very most there. That's not going to happen. Twist will at least get a backstab kill as he takes down Glaive, but what does he do from here? The bomb will be planted, Device is towards lower, and he should have a solid read on towards Street 2K, which he does. Absolutely rails in there with the scout, and Twist now hopefully going to get 1 more kill. That's about as good as he'll get. Oh! All right. That was nice. I didn't expect that one to come through.
I love that it was perfectly paired with you going, oh, he maybe try and get 1 more kill. Yeah, maybe. Well, he answered that question. Definitely a stylish third added to his list. It was actually a very interesting kind of 1-2 punch as well. They drew the fire to middle, and as soon as that Doors player turned, they finally arrived out of tons. Dupree, his first frag, and actually indeed the second was what really confirmed it. Lovely catch from Twist, though. Very, very accurate no-scopes from the scout. It's one of the attributes of the weapon. A confirmed ninth for Australia at the B site. They don't necessarily have a bomb there, but it's likely going to be eventually ending up. And that's if Dupree doesn't merge them all as they arrive.
Once you've got a player in towards B and no one's there towards there, you can actually guarantee they're going to head towards that position. But there's 1 kill back at least, but heading towards the B tunnel, Zipex leads the way. He's got the Mac 10 as well, so he'll be confident working into that position. Round's pretty much done. Mage's actually got towards CT spawn now. Confirmed that B is completely clear. And sure, Liquid got a kill back, but he hasn't managed to scavenge the weapon at all. And just looking for any Astralis player dotted around the map. That's about all they can do at this point. USPs across the board. Still have a lead, but that's going to change to 10-9 momentarily. And Astralis will have a scout and a Mac 10 going forward as well. So will that suggest a very fast-paced round going forward? I would suggest so. Especially if you get that long spawn, you'll want to be taking it.
Right. So this half, this CT half from Liquid is going to be what they've been rehearsing and thinking about after Dallas. You know, on the plane ride over, there's a lot of hours to be thinking about what went wrong as you conceded 12 rounds on your CT side against your nemesis. And that was, of course, just a couple of days ago now on a different continent, but against the same team, same map. Not necessarily the same odds. That was, of course, the grand final. Always the bridesmaid, never quite the bride. Liquid watch that trophy lift from a very different perspective on the other side of stage. Well, now, in order to secure that semi-final, they can do it right here, right now. 6 rounds is all that's required. 7 for Astralis. We're going to be seeing if if they can replicate the same success they had on the T side last time.
It's a compromise setup from Liquid here. We said the long spawn could be coming through here, and Device is very happy to comply. Nitro, he gets 3 kills in total. He still has nap of him as well. That's well held. 3 players towards the position at the start. I think 4, in fact. And we'll see it go down to a 3-on-2 advantage. There's still a lot of work to do here on the Liquid side. Didn't have the AWP, but they had Nitro. He's there on 46 now. Still holding towards long with nap. But the Strikers do have the bomb. Wave. You can see he's always up to something, always something in mind. Bomb on his back, just suggesting this could be the mid-split. Push out towards long. And now that is, and heading towards T-spawn. So Glaive, I think he might be in trouble here. It's a difficult shot to land, and Glaive somehow gets away with it. And he takes 45 damage as well, so making his way towards upper B, but now he's putting that up once more. And that's T-spawn looking towards the tunnel.
It's a real pickle for them, because the bot, they're calling the A site clear right now. Zipix is on it.
You're
Glaive's
right,
been
yes.
spotted and tunned with the bomb. It's a real, I mean, it's a pickle. To be British about it, it's a pickle.
He's got a trifecta around him as well. He got Stewie in the B bomb side, Nitro low B, Nap and T-spawn. But yes, Zipex is towards short. If Glaive could somehow throw the bomb up, that could be something.
I don't hate that.
Like he could just press button out, strong arms it up there, hand it off in the hold middle.
Yeah, I mean, hang on. Away across instead, and damage done, but Zipex can swing. Oh my goodness, they're low.
Oh god.
Just over 30 health between them. There's no way they have a shot at this. Now crossing into the site. Stewie's the one to respond. He's made it clear where he's coming from. The rotate from Naf, they knew there was one towards spawn. Grenade could be perfect. Glaive loses the bomb with 10 seconds to spare and it dropped. Zipex has to go with it. He's accepted his fate. Stewie, a perfect nade to secure what was a very sketchy round. My goodness, that one was spooky. There was cobwebs, there was bats, there was little plastic skeletons. It was a real spooky round, Hank.
It really was. It didn't turn into a horror show, though, for Team Liquid, I'll say that much. They managed to actually hold that very well. Stewie 2K with an intelligent play there, manages to get the perfect grenade, dunks it on top of Glaive, and then the bomb, it goes in the worst possible position. Even if they got the kill on Stewie, then it wasn't possible to even get the plant through. But I respect the valiant effort there from Astralis. The fact they even got close to getting that bomb planted, Glaive paints into a corner and towards upper B tunnel, somehow gets out, even with players in T-spawn, no less. They managed to almost get that bomb planted. I really respect the effort there. 11-9, however, we had some very close and exciting rounds now, both teams being tested
all the way. I mean, I'm sure there's like a part of them that hates this and part of them that loves that there is an opponent out there that will always be gunning for them. Admittedly, it's for Astralis. It's hot and cold, you know, their nuke feels oh so easy at times versus Liquid, and now they find themselves in circumstances like this. Previously, I think no issues on the other side, but Liquid looking to batten down the hatches. They have an advantage. They just need to maintain it. That maintenance does not come easy. Glaive aggressive up short.
It was a very fast, long approach before, and they had 3 CT players ready and waiting. Glaive used that information to see whether they'll change things up. Investigates the efforts towards short. With no one there, he can assume it's likely the same sort of setup they witnessed in the previous rounds. They just want to go for the execution. They've got no one in towards the B tunnel. Suggest they're not going to actually go for the B split here. So they're going to suggest they are with those smokes going down towards CT spawn. A common tell though, if you only see one smoke in that position, they're normally not going to commit to it. You need that secondary smoke. Oh, well, no, I like that. That's what it's all about, Alex. And now they're going to drop down as well. This is kind of sick. What a strategy that is. They're going to be closing out CT spawn, confirming that's clear, but they know that Liquid play towards long. We've established that already.
To play for a glorious retake. It's going to be coordination. It's something Liquid actually have been looking very well drilled on. Their CT retake, but this looks so hard, especially when Dupree catches Stewie early, dropped into CT, and now it's paying off.
I love the fact that second smoke came in. That's so beautiful. Like, I've seen so many teams trying to commit to a fake like that, just one smoke. You just go, well, it's obviously a fake because the second smoke is coming. Every team will put that second smoke down. Astralis one step ahead of me, though. They get the second smoke in, take all the attention on the B side of the map. People start rotating, looking towards middle. Then you're dropping down towards spawn as well. That's such a godlike play.
And he gets them that one frag. You can see the CTs, though, they're just so caught unawares. It goes from 0 to, oh, they have the site.
And it's all about the information at the start. Like I said, the previous round, 3 CTs towards long. They went quickly up short. No one there. You can assume it's the same setup, right? They're going to be focusing towards that part of the map. You've got a bit of time, you've got a bit of space there to get the mid split coming in, suggesting that, okay, we know you're down long, we're going to go for the B split here. But we spotted no one in the B tunnels. It was going to be some sort of fake, but that's a really impressive one. I love that.
See how it worked out, Liege. was on the other end of that smoke. He got himself, you know, like his reaction to that first smoke was, I'm going to play ahead of it. Then the second one arrives and he has to push through it, grey screened into a dropped P. I mean, that's a horrible way to die.
Yeah.
It really is. You've painted a gorgeous picture, Hank, to see how Elige is feeling right now. And at the moment, Liquid, they're going to have to almost stomach the fact that this is going all the way back to the even odds. Stepping in towards the B side, which admittedly is where Liquid have chosen to invest their business. This is only a USP though.
It is only, but it's the tightest choke point on the map. Play will open things up. Now, do they want to commit off this? They've got no intel, remember. You've got a 5-on-4, and you know you're against pistols. A team like Astralis shouldn't be committing to that. And thank God they haven't. The amount of times I've said it this year, like, please just not go with it. You know they're on eco, don't be lazy. Just, you get a pick especially, let's just fall back.
They're being so vigilant. I mean,
that's all you have to do. That's such a perfect call. I love the play.
And I love that not only that, he gets the AWP thrown in, you see low HP, and he's even AWPing T-Spawn. He knows that they didn't have any info long early. He's so prepared to avoid the oopsies.
How satisfying is that? Sure, Device goes down, but the spot, a couple more players there. And the reason they have no idea people in B, right, because it's a full eco, but they've bought one smoke to the cross. So sure, that's a very common approach. You can throw one smoke and stack A, you can throw one smoke and stack B as well. They got one kill in B, and they're like, well, the fact no one's here, we found that before on their previous ecos, there might be a chance they stack this side of the map, and he would be dead on. So that could have been disastrous. So many teams don't have that level of discipline.
And when you're going up against individuals like Liquid, 2 dings from that USP, and you look a fool. I mean, yes.
Absolutely. It's happened so many times at massive events, at semi-finals especially, where teams are, Mirage seems to be the main offender. You know you've gotten down to a full eco, and they just rush B, and you're just like, why would you do
out
that?
the window.
And a choke point you have to actually jump out of as well. And there can be stacked positions, there's hidden corners. Sometimes it beggars belief, but that's more like it. That's exactly what I want to see.
Completely and totally handled. They do manage to pull the Krieg out of Device's hands. And then let Liege off the leash a little bit just to see if he can catch anyone lingering or hunting that rifle preservation. But it will be the 11th to Astralis, and a very happy Henry dealing with that eco with restraint and poise. So, keeping things level, third map, 11-11. I don't need to make a wish because mine has come true. A close series between Astralis and Liquid.
And you're wearing Crocs, so...
Not yet. It happened. No, Crocs going to be stepping into the esports space soon. I bet they are. I'm calling it now.
It's coming.
First it was the MIBR K-Swiss collab, and then it was the Machine X Crocs.
No one wanted K-Swiss to come back, but Crocs, I'm definitely in for.
I'm down, bro. I think that is the gaming shoe as well, like breathability, comfort.
I'm
Hang
in.
on. Wait, let's stop doing this on the mic.
Okay.
We're giving too many good ideas to people out there.
Too many good ideas. Round 23 coming up, and yes, you're absolutely right. It's Astralis with a lion's share of the rounds in the second half. They are 5-2 up on their T side. But a quick once again, Liquid, their finances haven't been amazing. We haven't seen an AWP, I don't think, yet. So it's the FAMAS 4, a twist once more. They limp into this round. We'll see whether the 3-man setup towards long will pay dividends once again. Dupree getting ready to be sent out there, but he's flashed in the flames, have to go back. So we'll go back into a default now. So that's always fine. You can take the long approach, go for that first pick, but it's always fine to cancel it if it doesn't feel right.
Astralis' T-side, though, has been brutal. Currently standing 5-2 in favour of Astralis on their attack. It was a 12-3 win in Dallas. So Liquid 1 round away from equalising the time they had in the first match on this map. Need to do better than that, of course. Perhaps that adjustment, the blessing in disguise, is there hasn't been that much AWPing yet. Nav just hasn't had the finances to pull that one out. I think we saw one from Stewie. Solo towards the side, but progress up middle. This might be walking into the jaws of Device here. The flash over to enable that information gathering and more utility being thrown. There's no secret that there's Astralis' presence in middle. And tunnels as well, Henry. They might be looking to pincer here, and only 2 members of Liquid are going to be ready to receive. This is going to hurt. They have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Nitro responsible for tunnels. That's the first, that's the bomb, and a second. Stewie holds middle 2. They hold fast and precise. Nitro gets a third. Phenomenal multi-kill, secures a crucial round for the North American squad.
It's one of the few weaknesses you can find in defense of Team Liquid is that B bomb site. A lot of teams try and pressure that area. It's normally Stewie and Nitro working together, and this time they don't blink at all. It's a difficult fight. We already described the FAMAS and 4 rifles coming through, but 3 massive kills there for Nitro. Just leaving Device now with the AWP and T-Spawn. 5 seconds on the clock. Bombs down. Nothing can be done. As Liquid will take the lead here. If you are just joining us, you've seen the hype on Twitter. This is the matchup to find out who will be making their way directly to the semi-finals. Loser is not out of the tournament by any means, but they go to the quarters. So definitely a lot on the line here. There's a massive chunk of change already in the disparity between the quarters and the semi-finals.
And what would this do for the grand scheme of this event if Liquid get over the monkey on their back that was and is Astralis? A bye to the semi-finals, a day off. Continue your preparation with good knowledge of which opponent you'll be facing, or at least an option, 50-50.
Well then, Astralis do save the orb. They have enough to bring out a reasonable buy into round 24. It's a UMP for Glaive though, but we've seen that more and more in gun rounds these days too. Fantastic effect, and this looks like another B approach here. I feel like this is one of those calls where like they weren't expected. They weren't expected twice in a row, which is absolutely true. This is actually a very viable approach as an in-game leader. Sure, it didn't work at the previous round. You're expecting them to think that that's what you're thinking, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
It's a smoke towards double doors, so they are going to commit towards B here.
It's a lovely smoke from Astralis, one they've been thrown a few times, and look how powerful it is. Forces Stewie to fight tons, though, and it does give him a degree of protection. Perhaps it's working out well for them. There is no presence in middle. They don't have to sweat or fret. Glaive, however, arriving. Does connect some bullets before Naf silences one. Stewie, this is going to be all about the timing. Trying to find Magisk in the smoke. He heard the steps and deals with it. The second for Magisk. They've got so much time. We've seen Astralis on Inferno. Sometimes they get the site and just chill.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine because you don't want to remove a player for 3.5 seconds until everything's completely clear. You feel safe. There's 3 players on the B side of the map. Astralis, same story for Team Liquid here. Bomb will be planted. Utility available. They're going to throw an incendiary towards a big box. Presumably a smoke towards tunnels. And here comes Naf's commitment here, looking for any points of access.
Slipping out, a hard adjustment, but Device with the spray. Great onto the first. Twists, keeping things level. A nade could finish off Twist in this 1 versus 2, and Kobe Bryant shows up in the server, 12-12. Keeping it neck and neck, my goodness. I do see a bit of a wavering CT economy though. And a timeout does look like it's going to be called. That's the last from Astralis. There's still 3 in the Liquid bank.
That's one of my favorite B plays you can make. When you throw that smoke from short, you do need to put default control to start, but you can smoke the double doors from outside B. I don't think it's utilized enough. It's so powerful. So if anyone didn't catch that, you sit towards catwalk on short, and you have to line it up with the back wall of the mid area, run and throw. It's a difficult smoke, but most pros can do it. It lands in the double doors of B, which is normally the most prevalent position for someone holding for the mid split, right? Kind of ducking and weaving, looking for information from both angles. It removes that vision, forces the CT to commit to one or the other. Once that smoke's down, dribble smoke through the tunnels, flash through. As long as you get the initial trade in your favor, it's very likely you can win the round. That's a fantastic approach from Astralis. After failing towards B in the round previous, it takes a strong in-game leader to call the same thing pretty much once again, and it works out for them, punishing that side of the map. He said the money was weak, and Liquid agree with you. They're going to have to take pretty much a full eco here, Alex, with just 2 smokes. And what's their play here? They stacked B before. They've stacked long as well, and they're going to send 3 towards short this time.
With a Hail Mary Deagle, but won't really deliver. Dupree just gets the perfect timing on that fight. Easily sweeps to glance down middle. Make any mistakes. Molotov towards the car. No one's home. A bit of investigation. God, look at the hold from Glaive. He is still in spawn. I would be so frustrated. But Astralis, they use every tool at their disposal. That smoke, of course, will be landing on Xbox. Likely the justification for Glaive's positioning so deep into the round. And CT stacks, they've pushed through B. They know it's not going that way. Astralis is so happy to chill, though. Astralis just...
I love to see this. There's so many teams that are almost, these rounds are lock-ins, right? And they'll get a kill and just run around with this, enjoy themselves. You've got to treat them like gun rounds. You need to use your utility. You got to understand the level of play is so high these days, even with just deagles, no armor. These sort of teams, like everyone in the top 10, even the top 20, can be so dangerous here. You have to treat them with such care, and that's exactly what Astralis do here. Only 1 player going down, it's just enough here, and no real reason to hunt him. You know he's got a deagle. Nice shot from Mages there to extend their lead. We go 13-12 now. Touching distance to the semi-final. Astralis looking good as ever on the T side. Overall, 7-3 in the second half. That was the eco down line from Liquid, so still plenty of time to get back into it. They've got double up set up for the first time now. Money's been a real problem on their CT side.
Well, I believe that's their third CT round. They picked up round 23. So currently, Liquid have not done any better on their CT side this time than they did last. They have to make good on what they couldn't just last week. And
it's the B approach again, I think.
Yeah, he looked spot on. And look at Device. He's the one to draw blood first. Stewie will be flashed off. Forced to cower. He's got a solo this side. It's an opportunity, but there's flames, there's bullets, and Astralis just like that. Round 26. It's already over, Henry.
Yeah, that round's done. Knowing the setup, they've already put the fear of God inside the B side of the map, right? So they're just, well, we can probably walk out middle at this point. A lot of teams are finding that opportunity across the board, really. You can go through mid door sometimes. Device by himself. It's a ballsy call, the AWP, but he knew exactly where the player would be in CT spawn. That was Twist taken down at that point. The B bomb site just collapses. Nothing can be done at that point. Stewie at the back with that double orb. He said just they make an adjustment. It's going to be the Molotov at his feet. And they're still hunting here as well. Nitro removed by Glaive. The flashbang from Dupree. The hunt is on. And they're looking for North Americans here. It's going to be now Annalise trying to hold on to the AWP and fall.
Oh, what an aggressive way to be trying to take these weapons away. Lovely upgrade, I guess, for Elige, and a consolation. Naf will deal with that, keeping hold of his weapons. Last couple of seconds, there it is. And so a couple of weapons preserved, coordinated catch on Nitro, and a little highlight of Device. This round started oh so strong for Astralis, courtesy of his opening frag, and he's got 7-1 opening duels on this map. Twist is going to be baffled. A solo mission. This is the catch on Nitro.
The flash
He's going to be,
so
I mean, you're just like, okay, you know what, take hand off the mouse and keyboard, fair play.
It's a fair cop. Dummy in. Well then, it's going to be actually the eco, or partial buy I should say, for potentially series points. They couldn't really justify the investment around the AK and AWP. Apparently gone with CZs instead. Still enough to win the round, but not looking good. Elige will just hold them off and follow them towards middle with the smoke. Sure. Is it enough? It's an effective smoke. The AK-47, well, they'll know about that now. May just remove the equation.
So both of the saved weapons have made their position known.
Yes.
Fired off a shot from middle, and Elige, brave backwards strafe, despite the damage dealt to him. 3 men towards B site. Naf is there to support them. It'll be Stewie and Nitro, the first contact, and Glaive, he is on somewhat of a walk. Around the smoke, Nitro gets the info, and likely Stewie to finish him off. Lovely work, another weapon available to them. Won't be picking that one up just yet because the rest of Astralis are on their way. Fully flashed off. Naf can't support, but Nitro decides to bring the fight to them, and in perfect unison, they're doing damage. A second kill for Stewie. 2 rifles, though, that's more than enough for Astralis. They can steal this one back. Liquid doing everything right. Stewie confirms it. A crucial round, and they've done better than they did in Dallas here on Dust.
That was it. It was the AWP, the AK-47, having to be a little bit more active than usual. You talked about the shot towards middle at the start. Elige pushing offshore by himself, the smoke down. And I want to see the kill from his POV. Did he spot him? I didn't see anyone there, but still, he shot with conviction. And you can see Zipex trying to bait out the shot from Naf, but he's way too fast for that nonsense. He'll be nailing the shot there. And we get into the next round. Stewie 2K as well. He just bumped up his total from 8 to 11 in that previous round. So just when they need him to come online, he certainly delivers. First kill for Zipex. Very fast out of long. Twist wasn't ready for it. 5 on 3 as Device finds another just as they get back on their feet. Device just mauling them towards middle once again. And you said last time they played on Dust 2, he did the same with 29 frags.
Yeah. Well, if you were wondering, it was 1 minute 40 when that became a 5 versus 3. That's how early those frags came in. And after being so absent on long for so long, Twist perhaps getting a little negligent, just gets caught by the very fast spawn of Zipex. A chance, though, presents itself. Device is in Inquisition towards middle, but oh my god, there's no one on B. And they're charging in, and Stewie, he's gonna flounder just a little bit. The molly does nothing. They know they've got him under his skin. An easy frag for Magis. The site is theirs, the bomb plant anytime they desire. And only 2 remain.
What is Device doing every round? It's so impressive that he's got the audacity just to keep going for the mid doors with the AWPable weapons and finding a kill. And at that point, Stewie has to react to it. He can't just sit in the B bomb site. He has to get some information. Device, he'll go down, sure, but he's confirmed that Stewie's fell out the B bomb site. Everyone hightail it towards B, and Stewie doesn't even get a chance to get incendiary off. He has to go towards the window. Actually, I think threw it on the bomb site and panic. Yeah. At that stage, the round falls apart. Series point found for Astralis, and they might of these players, but he won't get 2. They're going to take him down here as Zipex with a quick scope to close things out. No weapons taken to the next round, but money is relatively strong. not all is lost. I would say a tactical timeout required here, which has been called. And we've got 7K on a couple of players. Twist will drop an AWP towards Nav. Stewie with $6,000 as well. He has had a very, very difficult series here. The first map was fantastic. The second, though, started to drop off. And at this stage, 11 kills to his name. They need 2 rounds now to take us to overtime. They've got the money and the resources available to them, Alex. But Astralis, they just look so good right now.
I mean, I'm not sure Liquid can handle those opening frags again. They're almost going to have to give some control to Astralis. They've gone for the double orb. Previously punished for this. Very viable on Dust 2, there's no doubt about it. This is Twist getting caught out. Great combination of aggressive spawn and good fragging. And that was where the round was confirmed. One last frag onto Stewie, who got pulled into the middle, as you highlighted, by the actions of Device. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. 1 round better than their last battle on Dust 2 for the CT side of Liquid, but now they need 2 more. Twist will get that Molotov down safely this time, and so it's time to chop and change. So we'll go back to the rifle owner, and Nav, in the face of adversity, presents aggression. The smoke from the T's actually aids this aggressive line. He's got a shot, he misses it. Maybe actually going for a second peek. Stewie's AWP's worked as well. Not going to be able to escape, but 2 opening frags. Liquid have got a real shot at the 14th here.
It's Elise who's going to be scrambling towards the A side now from CT spawn. Twist has control of the long doors, but Zipex, that's a crucial position. He's patrolling towards middle. He can look for the transitioning players in the form of Nitro and Stewie. Now, will Glaive have the presence of mind to check his position? Remember the shadow advantage? I talked about this last week. Twist gets an actual bit of information there, but he baits it out. Glaive is so smart, it's unbelievable.
I can't believe he got that.
He takes a dink, but Twist, like I said, had all the advantages there. Couldn't find the kill. And Zipex, we talked about his position. This is pivotal. And there's another shoulder peek there. So at least Nitro avoids certain death. That was everything. If Zipex gets that kill, the round's done. It's a leech holding strong though towards A. We'll have to fall back towards the pit position considering he's got 9 points of health, and they know it. They know critical damage has been inflicted there. They can plant towards short, and it'll be a 3 versus 2, but still, anyone's round.
Astralis leaves Zipex. An upgrade for Stewie, getting rid of that AWP for the retake. That could really work out wonders for them. He's opted to join his teammate CT. Leash so low, battered and bruised on lock. But he has the perfect weapon to at least catch a bullet. No, Dupree's the one to find him. 2 more required. Is this really the last round of play on Dust 2? Zipex coming from behind! It's glorious! He's right there behind him when he needs to be. And that will be 16-13. It's so close, but once again, the bridesmaids of the tippy top of Counter-Strike are forced to watch as another ring is slipped on the finger. Astralis are in the semis.
We don't say goodbye to Team Liquid, but another disappointing finish. But what a brilliant game of CS that was. It had absolutely everything there. Both teams giving it their all, but Astralis, once again, just too strong. Way too good on the T side of Dust 2. The crazy tactics that were presented there, the drop down to CT spawn, the relentless aggression towards B. It was overwhelming to say the very least, but Liquid did everything they could to fight back there. What a game of Dust 2. That's what I wanted there.
That's what everyone wanted, and I'm sure the only contrary into that would be the Team Liquid boys. They got so close again. I mean, the nuke game, that was a bit of a wake-up call again. This is clearly a bit of a gap in their veto. They can't beat Astralis on nuke at this moment in time, but they gave it a good go with that T-side Astralis. Somewhat of a comeback, but coming into Dust 2, the Astralis boys, they win so many of... I find myself saying no a lot because it's the play they shouldn't be able to get away with, but they do it so consistently.
I feel like if Liquid can just get all 5 players online, they've got the tools there, they've got the strategies, but there's always this one player missing. The last couple of times it had been TK in those last 2 maps. He did come online for the last couple of rounds there. He saved the day with that CZ victory towards the B bomb site, but generally speaking, after a very impressive performance on Inferno, didn't see much from him at all. He's considered a world-class player in a world-class team. Need him to come online to take down the likes of Astralis.
Yeah, we're going to throw it back over to the desk over there. We'll stop pointing fingers, and I'll let them do the same.
Oh, hold on now. We're not going to go too far, and neither of you guys actually have something very special prepared for you. Not quite a gag, but if I could have everyone's attention, including you in chat, we're going to take a quick refresher as to something that was, well, documented on during this series. Let's take a look.
Perhaps find another one on the edge of that smoke, but Magisk is a T-spawn. They're hanging out. Chillaxin, Maxin, acting all cool. Perhaps they'll shoot some B-ball outside of the Odense school, maybe later. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's all for Machine this week. Alex, how does that make you feel?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't watch any of my casts back. I never want to hear the sound of my own voice.
Maybe it's time to start.
No. Let's be honest here, Alex. I thought it was pretty slick. And moreover, I think it's worthy of about 90 points. How about that, Al?
90. I'll take it.
90. How many points am I on?
0. Actually, no, 15 somehow. Nope,
Oh,
just Harry.
what are these
90.
points?
Just Henry.
What are they reflective of?
Wait,
Don't worry, there's a little bit of an error there.
What are they, fun points or?
Cool people points. So you're doing all right. Obviously, Chad.
15.
Yeah, I mean, you're cooler than Chad. 5.
Well, I knew that. I didn't need a point to tell me that. Let me tell you. Didn't need anyone to tell me that. Maybe we should close this one down.
Let's shut it down here. I'll take back control from here. I appreciate you guys giving your heart and soul into what was Astralis versus Liquid, but it's time for us to wrap this one up. We'll see you guys a little bit later. Now, into the Counter-Strike we go with Davey and Jacob. We're going to pick their brains just a little bit here. Guys, that one turned out to be kind of close there.
That was a great game of Counter-Strike, right? Between two teams who always seems to be playing close, two teams who are widely considered to be two of the best in the entire world right now. We highlighted Device as being a player who didn't show up for the first 2 maps. In this one, though, on Dust 2, he played hearts out. He went 8 for 10 in opening duels. He was constantly being assertive with the AWP, constantly walking around, especially on the T side, trying to find those opening kills, and he had a stellar game coming out from him right here. That is the difference between Astralis with and without Device. When he's playing well, they can take on every team in the world and they can beat them.
And lucky for them, most of the time he does play really well, so they're lucky in that sense. But again, Liquid CT side letting them down. This has been a consistent thing for them, where their CT sides just aren't up to par. I will say for their T side, we actually saw exactly what we said they needed to do if they wanted to have a chance to win, which was get on those aggressive T sides, get in early, and they were doing that a lot on their T side. And if a couple rounds early on in the half would have went their way, I think the half could have gone in a whole other direction.
And I think that's a fine point to bring up, that Liquid had great honor in this game. This was not Liquid playing bad. It was not, Astralis outclassing Team Liquid. This was a very competitive game that could have gone both ways.
Now, if we look at this and we say, okay, that loss does give Liquid a berth into the quarters. I mean, they're going to be stacked up against Fnatic now. How do we feel like they I guess, go there? We talk about pound for pound with Astralis, but Fnatic certainly, it gets a little easier.
I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be a fun game, and I don't think necessarily it's going to get easier. We saw Fnatic yesterday playing hearts out, some great Counter-Strike. We saw Crims play some of the best Counter-Strike we ever seen any individual play ever. So in that regard, I think tomorrow isn't going to be another day, where Liquid will have to play well. Liquid will have to, do a good job, and it's just going to be fun to watch.
Yes, indeed. We do have all of our stats. We've got our ADR loaded up. NAF putting a hurting on him, 101.2, but simply falling short. That's exactly what happened here to Team Liquid, but they still qualify for the playoffs. No, don't you worry. If you are a Team Liquid fan, if you do find yourself situated anywhere in the world rocking that horse on your breast, it is going to be Liquid going into the quarterfinals against Fnatic. Now, we're going to go ahead and start to look deeper into what Dust 2 held here between these two teams. I got 2 guys on the telestrator who are going to try to work it at once.
Yeah, because Liquid wasn't that bad after all, were they, Davey?
No, they weren't. And this is my first time working the telestrator, so bear with me if I don't do my best telestrator impression, my best sponge impression. But here we could see that this is the round where actually Glaive had a really good chance to get a big flank in here. We see the opening battle happen. Device was able to take down Nitro. And then we can see here, it's going to speed up a little bit, but Liquid was trying to battle, and there was this sort of mini mid battle going on here. And eventually Liquid give it up, and they say, you know what? We're just going to go fast up short. NAF right here has the presence of mind to do this quick Molotov. Let's see if I can do this. Bam, right there. You're going to see it pop up here. I'll play it a little bit and then pause. So you can see that Molotov comes out. He has the presence of mind to do it. But what that does is it makes Stewie not worry about the flank. Glaive makes a smart play, and he actually goes through the Molotov. And of course, he gets the kill onto Stewie, tries to back up, ends up going back into the Molotov. Unlucky for him, but he made the right play. Now it's 3 versus 3, and Liquid here, they're in this battle, and you can see them peeking everything together here. First they peek and they clear long, and then they all go and they peek towards CT together. Look at this. This is great teamwork. They all go and they face because they don't want to let Astralis scale up on them. At this point, NAF is in a 1 versus 2. He is able to win it, which is what you're glad you see NAF win those 1v2s, but their team play leading up to that point is what got them into that position to even be able to win that round. Now we got another one for you. This is going to be the man Pimp breaking this one down.
Yeah, this was sort of like the turning point in the game. This was the round where Dupree made that amazing play with the Deagle and the AWP. What's going to transpire here is that Elish is going to walk out middle. If you pause it here, you can see he's on the way out middle, and there's going to be a timing here with Sipnix. You can see the vision cone coming in for him. You can clear out the screen and play up. He's going to miss Elish coming out of window, right? So that means that Elish is walking out middle. Sipnix just about misses that one. So Magic's boy, he's going to be a little bit surprised up here that all of a sudden Elish is in his face. Astralis did the right call here. They're stacked towards B3 guys, but Elish is still still going to win that duel against Magic Boys, which means that now all of Liquid is going to fall back. They're going to come in from Dark, and Elise can flank this B bomb site, and that's going to leave Dupree and Sipnix in a rough position. Now, this is where it gets really, really interesting, because as you can see, Dupree right now, he's in a bit of a rough spot. He's currently blocking some players. He's there with an AWP, and if you pause it right here, right now, what's going to happen is, as you probably saw in the game, Dupree's going to get away with this. Normally, that shouldn't happen, but as you can see, both Dupree and Stu2K has an AWP, so whenever Dupree misses the first shot, which is going to happen when you play out the clip, Nafra thinks that's just Stu2K missing a shot. He doesn't think that's Dupree, so he doesn't react on it, which means that Dupree is allowed to get the kill, walk back in towards Dark, and get another kill, and turn around the game into the favor of Astralis. This was the turning point, and had Liquid not lost this round, we could very easily have seen Liquid win the entire game.
Which is a crazy conundrum to find yourself. Thank you, gentlemen. That was very well done, and also a very well done job over there to Astralis, who do find that victory that they are talking about. Speaking of which, the victor in this instance is going to be that of Device. I'm sure he's got words after this.
Astralis have bested Liquid again. Now, Device, we've got to start off with this. In Arlington, it was a little bit easier when it came to Dust 2. It's harder this time around, but how is it so difficult for you guys to kind of adjust and keep reinventing yourselves when you're having to face teams like Liquid over and over again?
Yeah, as you say, we face them a lot of times. I think a key thing is just to try to go with the flow, try to trust your intuition. We haven't had any days to prepare since ECS, and yeah, we won't have any time before Blast. We have a day off, so that's pretty good. But yeah, Glaive is doing a lot, what he's feeling, and what they should do, how they should adapt, and then they adapt, and we adapt to that. So that's what we're trying. The map pool was a little bit different. They picked Inferno. We felt like we could have won that game, but yeah, hopefully we'll meet them again.
Would you like to meet them again in the finals?
Yeah, of course it would be a rematch from last year. It's amazing to face, to play against them. They're an amazing team. They always pressure us to the limit, and yeah, of course we'll see who. But first we have to win the semifinal, so I'm just focusing on that.
And how important is it for you guys to have this day off now?
I mean, me and Glaive, we're so tired, sleep 3-4 hours a night, try our best to sleep during the day as well, try to recuperate. It's pretty tough for us with the jet lag, but it's the same for all the teams, I guess, that came from ECS, so we're just trying our best. We won the groups, and of course there was a lot of shaky rounds. We actually could have lost the NSG yesterday, so the day off is just going to be so nice, just to chill and get some good sleep, and probably practice and prepare for the semifinal.
Hey, that's what it's all about. You guys have earned it. You guys have done it. It's time to go back to the desk for one last time, because we're getting out of here. This day's done, and tomorrow it's the playoffs.
Yes, that's exactly right. The playoffs kicking off tomorrow, and I, for one, cannot be any more excited, especially when you have a guy like Device playing like he is, and perhaps what can he do going forward. We're talking a little bit about Astralis, and maybe if you find yourself netted against Astralis in these brackets, what that exactly means.
I mean, I think we've seen enough from Astralis so far in this tournament to say that when he's on fire, when everyone from Astralis is showing up, they're back to the level where they can beat anyone in this tournament, without a doubt. With Device missing, I could see teams, beat them. I could see a Na'Vi put them through the pressure. I could see Evil Geniuses, maybe even Fnatic if they make it all the way. So Device needs to deliver, and he needs to be activated in this tournament if Astralis want to win one more time here at Odense.
And I feel like we haven't seen Na'Vi in a while, but that's completely okay. We can take a look at the brackets right now and look at exactly where Na'Vi found themselves at the very end of it all. They did win out over the Evil Geniuses 2-1 earlier, which means they do also advance to the semifinals.
Yeah, it was a real close game. Obviously we didn't get to see it on the mainstream here. We got the juicy one, but at the same time, Na'Vi. It makes sense that Na'Vi can beat EG. The styles of play, they really match up well for Na'Vi. Even though I don't necessarily think Navi's the better team than EG right now, stylistically that matchup makes a lot of sense.
Well, taking a look at the lower bracket of this, we're going to see a Fnatic, right? That went 16-3 in their opener against the Evil Geniuses. That's not very pretty at all. But in their wake, they do leave Heroic, MIBR, and 100 Thieves eliminated from ESL Pro League Finals.
And that's a scary prospect right there, because they were so close of getting beaten by Heroic. But ever since that matchup, it seems like Fnatic is just getting better and better and better. Today against the 100 Thieves, they were outclassing them. And I think 100 Thieves right now is one of the best teams in the world. They're definitely up there with the top 5 likes. So the fact that Fnatic was able to manhandle them the way they did it, especially winning Mirage as well, which was the go-to pick for the 100 Thieves. Very impressive to me, and again, you know, Fnatic is to me like this underdog team at this tournament that could go all the way if they once again is back to the level we knew them to be in 16 and 17.
Well, that's what's so cool about Fnatic is that their style of play, they sort of just default every single round, and every single player has the freedom to abuse timings, abuse rotations. So what happens is some games, against 100 Thieves, you see them just dominate, and everybody's feeling it, and they're abusing the timings perfectly, and they're getting a lot of kills. And then sometimes you see like what happened against EG, where EG was ready for them and just completely dominated them. So it's really hit or miss for them, but when they're on, they're really on.
Well, speaking of brackets and all of that good stuff in between, we do have the Group B brackets right here ready to go for you all to understand that Astralis has worked their way through the upper bracket, do find themselves in the semifinal. You're late to the party if you're just now figuring that out. Liquid will be joining the playoffs in the quarterfinals. And I guess all the other teams, well, some of them just weren't good enough. Let's be
while
honest.
the upper bracket looked like it was supposed to be, the lower bracket though had a few surprises. ATK, not only did they take down North yesterday, but today G2 went out to a well-playing ATK. Very impressive. They were able to take that win against G2, convincingly winning this third map 16-6. So they had the tournaments of their life, right? This was a great showing from that team. In the end though, Mousesports was a little bit too much to handle. I think everyone would have expected that. So I think the cool story about this tournament so far as we move into the playoff is that every single of the top teams, all the teams that we expected to do well, they're actually doing well. They're delivering. We're not really missing out on anyone, maybe besides FaZe Clan, who didn't really show up.
Or 100 Thieves, maybe.
Maybe as well.
Making it, yeah.
The original boys. How dare you, Davey? Shame on you. That would almost be about a negative 10,000 moment, but it's fine. I understand.
You haven't given me any points anyways, Trey, so it doesn't really matter at this point,
what?
does it?
David, you want 50?
Yeah.
You are standing up for yourself. And in this moment, I'm going to honor that.
What? Why?
You got something to say down there?
Don't argue.
Still think you're bad at your job.
Interesting. Well, that's Jacob Vinicky. If you could understand what he said, I couldn't, honestly. Let's talk about Davies' points. I'm thinking about 25. How about that? Is that fair to you?
I'll take anything at this point.
That's what I'm talking about. Beggars can't be choosers. Okay, let's talk about, well, what would be the points? Davey moving himself up to 26. Jacob at -5. Not surprised, but what I am surprised about is our quarterfinals tomorrow. We do have all of that good stuff set up for you, and so that you can understand and not miss any of it. We do have Fnatic taking on Liquid early in the day, and then it's going to be the Evil Geniuses and Mousesports going to be rounding out what's going to be our first day in the arena. And Jacob, you've been here before. Tell me about that vibe.
It's going to be great. It's going to be a great vibe. It's a very compact arena. I know it's sold out to the brink. I know a lot of persons have been privately messaging me saying, can you please get some tickets for me? We really want to go. And I swear, this event could have been twice the size if the arena could fit it. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but I promise you it's going to be filled up to the brink tomorrow. And Danish fans, when Astralis is in the house, when Kerrigan is going to play for Mousesports, we got a favorite in there.
No, the stadium is going to be packed. I had the same situation you did. People like, oh, can we get tickets? I'm like, look, guys, I couldn't even get tickets if I wanted to right now. I'm not even going to get to go in there. It's going to be so packed. So, no, I'm really looking forward to it. Stadium events are always awesome.
Absolutely wrecked, Davey. I'm sorry about all that. But that's what happens when it's standing room only inside the venue, which is very well what could happen tomorrow. We're going to be wrapping up our show here right now, and we're going to be back with our quarterfinals. We do have an entire day of Counter-Strike. It's going to be starting a little bit later, though, so don't worry. If you wake up late, that's completely fine, too. We're going to be joined by Fnatic and Liquid, Evil Geniuses, and Mousesports as we look forward to that quarterfinal. We'll see you all there. Hashtag ESL Pro League, y'all.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge. Ain't come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place. Ain't come alive. go, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls, and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This
It's game fuel. It's domination in a can. Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be, anywhere you wanna be, yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Pick up panel to be right on, yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back or keep your eyes on. Long ago, doesn't matter what it come across. Never gave a shit, real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. Holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel room homes and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling alive, chasing.
you